Okay. So, what are we doing? What did I forget to do? I almost definitely forgot something. And I don't know what that something would have been. So, we're gonna pretend that it is okay. And we're just gonna go. Hi. Hello, everyone. How are you? How was your Thursday? I am done with today. I am very fucking done with today. I don't even know. I don't even know. It's been one of those weeks. It's just been a dumb week. So, we'll get the bad, I guess we'll call it bad news. So I was using my computer this morning and couldn't tell you what actually happened. I wish I could forget today. But I still have to deal with it. So I have my computer sort of sectioned off, right? The C drive is where the operating system lives and a few other programs. Downloads, documents, all the normal Windows stuff. But the majority of my software is on a separate hard drive, the D drive. And then the majority of my files are on the E drive, right? So the really nice thing about that is if I need to reformat my C drive, reinstall Windows or whatever, it doesn't mess up my software drive. It doesn't put my files in danger. It's just nice, it's nice having things sort of separated out so that I can sort of handle things individually. So today I was doing a little work on my desktop and things started not working. And so I went into the event viewer and the D drive had just stopped. It was, nothing was writing to it. Programs were crashing. It just wasn't working. And there was some data corruption. I think I'm gonna have to go in and verify some files in Steam and whatnot. Before I tried doing anything really drastic, I just restarted the computer and the program, the drive is working technically, but it's like it's very slow. Everything is very slow to load off of it. Programs are very slow to start up. One of them took like 20 minutes earlier. No, it's still Windows 10. I am postponing the switch over to Windows 11 for as long as I possibly can, because I trust that operating system even less, though I do wonder if some of the root causes of Windows 11's woes might also be affecting Windows 10. It's very possible. So I don't know, like the immediate thing that I think everyone points to is the hard drive is failing, right? There it is going bad. It is older. Yeah, thankfully it is not that, unless Windows 10 has a similar problem, but I haven't heard anyone reporting about that. Um, no, I don't know what it is. So, basic disk checks didn't return any errors on the hard drive. I was running a virus scan, but then I told it to scan a file as well, and that caused the virus scan to shit itself and stop partway through. And so that didn't complete. Thank you, Microsoft. Very helpful there. So yeah, I don't know what is going on with it. I'm gonna have to keep poking away and seeing if I can figure it out. Obviously, if we get to Saturday and we're trying to play video games that are loading off of that hard drive, that's gonna be problematic, to say the least. So I definitely want to try and solve it by Saturday. But we're gonna kind of have to see how things go. So yeah, I'm not having a lot of fun. I think my computer's haunted. I'm honestly wondering if I just need to like reinstall Windows or something. I'm wondering if I just need to completely reformat the drive and start over or something. I don't know, but I'm very tired. And it's just kind of, I don't know, like, it's been a week. It has been a frustrating week. It's just dumb stuff at work, dumb stuff here, bad brain. Just very frustrating all around. So, I think today's probably gonna be a fairly mellow stream, if that's alright with you guys. On a more upbeat note, a little bit of good news. I did do the first export of the Halloween outfit out of Live 2D. So I loaded it into VTube Studio, which is where the troubles began. That was when I started noticing that things were breaking. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate you being here despite the mojo, the bad vibes. So yes, that is looking good. I'm very happy with how that's looking and how that's going. There are a couple of minor things that I wanted to correct, and I did discover a very nice little thing that makes the model, I don't think it's going to make it a lot more lightweight, but it is going to reduce some redundancy. So one of the things that I always like to do, I always try and do, that I think adds a nice sort of level of dimensionality to the model, is cast shadows, right? Having shadows underneath objects where it makes sense. But with how VTube Studio used to be, I would have to set up clipping masks so that, a shadow would only cast onto its respective object and not just kind of float in the background. But to do that, like if I had a shadow from, say, my poncho, right? Let me go up here. You can see there's a shadow being cast on each leg, but not in between them. So I would need to make a duplicate version of the poncho. Easiest way to do it is just duplicate the model item in Live 2D and then set it up to sort of behave like a shadow, right? So I would do that, and I would have one for the left leg and one for the right leg. And so it was a lot of redundant objects to get it to appear in the right places at the right times and not just sort of have weird like shadow shapes floating in space. Um, and what I discovered, what I want to sort of test out during the this whole system, or setting up this costume. Since I made this model, a sort of plugin that has come online and has been very popular called Spout is sort of an intermediary between VTube Studio and OBS that improves performance, better captures, less demand on the system. It's good. It's just good all around. But the way that it works, it sort of has its own masking, its own alpha masking, so that, you know, you can have these nice backgrounds behind me. And where the shadow like spills out, where it would overlap, or where it would be, you know, sort of visible in open space, automatically sort of gets masked out just because of how the calculations are being done. So I will need to test a couple of them just to make sure that they are working okay, that we're not getting weird extra bits that we don't want to see. But I was able to turn a lot of the duplicate shadow objects off, which should make the model a little less demanding. Hopefully, anyway. We'll have to find out. We'll have to see. But yeah, thankfully, we still got a lot of time. We got about 3.5 weeks or so to sort of test everything out. But you know, we got to do the splash art for it. We got to do the intro video. We'll try and come up with some fun little thing, like we have the transform for last year. I want to see if I can come up with a cool little redeem option or some such. So a lot to do still in the remaining 3 weeks or so. But progress is good. Progress is good. So yeah, it has been a frustrating day. It has been a frustrating week. Despite those things, just kind of putting up with a lot of troublesome stuff. I hope you guys are doing okay. I hope you are all having a good Thursday. A good, hopefully, wind down to the week, getting towards the weekend. I'm sorry to sort of start off the stream and just be like, I'm a trauma dump now. Have any of you guys picked up Silksong, the premier game of the year, the hottest drop of, God, I don't even know. I heard that the launch of Silksong broke multiple storefronts, including Steam. Like, the demand for it was so high that Steam just buckled under the demand of all of the traffic of people trying to get it. Which is wild to see. It has gone down, but SteamDB reported that at its peak, there were over 500,000 concurrent players on Silksong. Which is, that is a lot for any game. Keep reading about it. It's more anticipated. So I know this is blasphemy, especially on Silksong Day, and may I be forgiven and not fed to the grubs. I don't actually enjoy Hollow Knight that much. I've tried playing it, I have tried to like it, but I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. I really like the game. I appreciate it a lot, but I don't think I actually like playing it that much. I was planning to play it on stream, and I'm like, no, I don't think I will. But I was talking with my roommate, cause there was such a massive mix-up this month in particular, right? Because GTA 6 got delayed, and so a bunch of people were looking at like, oh shit, well GTA is out of the way. Now we can release our game when they were gonna come out. This is awesome. This is great. And then Silksong is like, oh, we can do that. Hey guys, September 4th, look forward to it. And everyone went, ah, shit, dude. You know, there were, especially on the indie front, a lot of games pushed their release dates back. And we're not subtle about it, right? They didn't do it in a bitter way or anything. They were just like, yeah guys, Silksong's coming out, we can't compete with that, so we're gonna push our game back. But you know, what my roommate and I were sort of considering is GTA 6 is going to be a big fucking deal. It is going to be a huge day one purchase for a lot of people. Probably more than Silksong will be. And so Silksong has almost sort of become the litmus test for how well these storefronts can handle everybody trying to buy and download the game at the same time. And the answer is not well. It's not looking great, Chief. I would not be surprised if Gabe Newell put out a video thanking Team Cherry for exposing vulnerabilities in the Steam storefront's ability to handle high traffic situations. But it would not surprise me if people are looking at this and then looking at the release of GTA 6 and going like, okay, how do we make sure we don't explode when that happens? Because that's gonna be worse. But I am hearing good things. I am hearing good things about Silksong. People seem to be enjoying it. Obviously, I think it's a little too early to say definitively. It's only been a couple of hours. I'll be amazed if anybody has managed to beat it already. So, you know, there might be boss fights that people get to that they haven't realized yet. They don't have, as my friend put it, the entire scope of the game to make their assessments off of. But initial response seems to be very good. So I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that. I was a little bit worried. I always get a little bit nervous whenever these big games, these big releases happen. I'm just like, oh god, what if it's bad? What if it's not good and people are disappointed by it? And a lot of times with this, it's like, you know, like this one, I would have been very surprised if it was not good, right? But people's expectations and their hope and hype get so insane, especially after a long delay. I guess technically not. I don't know, someone's pointing out that Silksong never had a hard release date to get delayed from, so they kind of just kept working on it for a long time. It wasn't like anything really specific. But yeah, like even when a game is really good, right? If the expectations exceed the actual capability of the game to match them, then it's like, well, shit, what do you do, right? But I'm glad. I'm happy for everyone that the wait at long last is over, that people can enjoy their beloved Hornet and have a game that they've been waiting a long time to get their hands on. Congratulations, Team Cherry. You done good. I hope you guys can rest a bit. Honestly, what I would hope, because what I would hope is that they have been resting. My hope is that they have not been, pushing themselves really hard to get it done and out and everything, that they have been maintaining a healthy, manageable rate of development that doesn't put a lot of undue stress on them, because the industry does that to its people enough already, right? Exactly, Mage. It's not a game for me, but I am happy that people are happy with it. And I think that is one of the really great things about where games are right now, right? Particularly thanks to the AA and the NDC. That's like, there are enough games that most people can find a video game that interests them, that speaks to them, that they can enjoy. It's not going to be Call of Duty. It's not going to be Fortnite. It's not going to be Zelda for a lot of people, or Uma Musume, or Silksong. But, maybe it's Stardew Valley, maybe it's Risk of Rain, maybe it's Little Witch in the Woods, maybe it's Rayman, maybe it's Balatro. Who knows? But there is something out there for everybody. I think that's great. I think that is good. And yeah, it's the internet, so we're all gonna get smug about which game is the best game, and our game is better than all the others, and everyone else is some kind of scrub lord for not playing it or whatever. But as long as everybody is having fun, that is the part that really matters. Because we don't make games to be a chore or a job. Cough. Cough, cough. Sort of on that subject, I was playing a little bit of Warframe with some of the fellas last night. Just a little bit, I'd gotten a bunch of my work done. I was like, I'm gonna treat myself to some Warframe. And we were doing a little bit of relic farming, which always just, I don't like relic farming, but I wanted those prime Warframes. So we are working on that, and there is a weird sort of point that happens when you're, especially when everybody is just way too powerful for the enemy level, that you can't really play the game. You kind of just spam your largest AoE abilities and weapons and hope that you manage to kill things before everyone else kills them, because those enemies are not gonna last. They are not gonna survive more than like a couple seconds at most. At one point, I was literally just like standing on top of a block with my homing bullet pistol, spinning around in circles, firing shots at random, because there was a better chance that the bullets would find my targets and kill them before I could actually go hunt anything down. Because otherwise it was just gonna evaporate. It's like there's almost no reason for me to do anything here. I need to find a way to turn down the operator chatter, because the operator voice lines get very redundant very quickly. And One of the ones that my operator will say is, "We fought with honor," and every time I hear that, it's like, we fought with honor. We committed multiple war crimes. We invented new war crimes. We harnessed the power of an alternate dimension to commit war crimes. I don't think honor plays into this. Sorry, Zuko. You're out of luck. Last time I played someone, they made their frame move so fast. If I spectated them, I got motions. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Trying to remember, I think Goss has like some crazy FOV stuff that happens when he gets into a full sprint, which is, you know, fun and cool, but also like there's a reason all the showcasing stuff for Goss is in like the open world areas where they have a lot of room to just go very fast. If I recall correctly, he actually has, as part of his like sprint mechanic, there's like a shockwave that happens if he runs into a wall. Because you will. There is no way that you can operate in the hallway structure of Warframe's maps without running into a wall as Goss. Like, he just goes too fast. You can't do it. It's impossible. So don't try. It's actually a mechanic to run into the walls. I think it is. I might be thinking of another frame, but I'm pretty sure he has like a kinetic discharge if he gets up to a sprint and then he collides with an object. It's a good game though. It's fun. I think for the most part I do enjoy playing it solo, just because I get to have sort of more control over how things go, but it's also nice to play with other people. Oh, well, so here's the thing. The plan tonight, we're gonna be doing some more drawing. I feel like, especially after how today has gone, I just wanna chill with some art, not stress about things too much if I can help it. If we feel like it's not working, if we feel like the drawings are not coming together, No Man's Sky Expedition, I saw that did kick off, so I was thinking if we wanted to mix it up, we could open that up and see how that's going. But with the computer being the dumbass that it is, I don't know if that's going to be an option. So we'll have to play it by ear. We'll have to play it by ear and kind of see how it goes. We could, if we need to, we could try booting No Man's Sky up and see if it behaves. It might not. It might still not behave, but that's kind of the fallback plan. How are you guys doing? I hope Thursday has been kinder for you. I hope it has been, I know Mage, you were saying it's just been kind of a fever dream, but hopefully nothing too stressful at least. I'm looking forward to this weekend. I've got, so my team has their monthly art jam, which is going to be tomorrow afternoon. So we're just gonna sort of chill out on Discord and work on art projects, or maybe play some games. Just kind of have a laid back way to kick off the month, with which after this week I think everybody could really use. I think everybody could really just use some relaxation time, some de-stress time. And then the second draw steal, second D&D session is gonna be tomorrow evening. I'm really looking forward to that. We did not meet last Friday, but we're gonna meet up again tomorrow and continue our explorations, our adventure. The sexy adventures of Ferric Broadpex, spreading the legend of his perfect muscles and chiseled jawline to the masses. He may be a criminal, but the real crime would not be showing off all of this. So yeah, we got that. My friend, so one of my friends works at Gearbox? Yes, Gearbox. This is doing a little launch party for Borderlands 4. So I'm gonna go hang out with him on Sunday. We're just gonna chill out by the pool and have some drinks and just kind of chill. Just have a nice Sunday. Which hopefully the smoke won't be too bad. When I checked yesterday, there were 3 wildfires that had sort of triangulated around us. Not super close, but definitely close enough that we were getting, some of the smoke. So that's, I went on a bike ride yesterday, and thankfully the air quality didn't affect me as much as I thought it might, but it was definitely not a photogenic sort of day. And then, why don't we go ahead and get started, and I'll keep yammering away. Get out of the way here. We can switch over. Yeah, thankfully all of that is working at least. We'll see how long it keeps working. Fingers crossed. Where's my pen? There you are. Okay. But yeah, we had 3 fires yesterday, and when I checked the map this morning, the count had upgraded. So 2 of the fires, 2 smaller fires, had upgraded in size and severity. So now we have 5 in sort of a nice ring around us. I'm like, well, this sucks. When I said I love the oranges and reds of fall, this is not what I had in mind. Well, hopefully, what would honestly be really nice is if we start getting rain soon. It has been cooling off, which I appreciate. So hopefully, before too much longer, we'll start to see some actual rainfall, which will probably help the situation a fair bit. So the 2 things that I wanted to do here, one, which we're already working on, I wanted to round out the butt a little bit more. I felt like it got a little flat, a little too plainer. That feels better. I like that. Might go a little bit more, but I feel like it's in a better, that's already feeling better. Or maybe it's feeling butter. Shut up. The other thing is I thought of something that I wanted to do with the hands. So we're gonna do that real quick once I finish rounding out this curve. But yeah, just before anybody gets concerned, again, the fires are nowhere nearby. We're not at risk remotely, right? The main thing is just that the smoke from them gets picked up by the winds and sort of carries over, and so we have to deal with the fall off from that. It just makes the air grimy and gross for a while. Yeah, this is not like what happened in California at the start of the year or anything. M? M for Silksong. Who's smoking? The West Coast. You know how it do. Hello, Artemis. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing alright. I hope you're having a good week so far. There you go. Alright, that feels better. Alright, and then before we deal with anything else, so here's what I want to do. We're going to duplicate this off into another layer again, and we're going to delete this hand for the upteenth time. I'm just going to draw through the shorts so that we don't lose that shape. And then we have that. Okay, so the thumb would be on the inside or the front. Oh, come on. Alright, anatomy, work with me here. Okay, so the arm is going to be twisting over like that. Smooth getting ass kicked by the extreme difficulty on Metal Gear. Oh. Well, hope you kicked ass in turn. Alright, and then it's gonna go like that. And then what I basically want it to do is sort of have a shape like this. Right? I'm trying to avoid what I was talking about towards the end of the last stream, where I'm sort of doing the shape of each digit and not thinking about what is the gesture of the hand, right? I'm sort of thinking, all right, what do we want all of this combined to form and say? So I think what I want this to do is effectively, yes, there we go. Is to sort of have like a data weave thing going on. Right, let me try saving and see how long this takes. Yeah, it's not great. Oh boy. Yeah, I think if we were trying to play video games on this, we'd be having a very bad time. So I'm gonna need to figure out what the fuck is going on with that. Not right now, obviously, but definitely before Saturday. It's a little too straight on. Alright, try again. So we got that, and we got like that. Basically, I want to have it sort of be like splaying out this way. You can sort of see the palm and the fingers. At the same time, it's like sort of open forward. A little bit. Excuse me. There you go. Well, this is a challenging pose to say the least. There we go. Let me bring this out a little bit more. I did see Lo-Fi Girl has already released their Halloween play track. They're already set up for spooky season. Which I think that makes sense. I'm never one for jumping straight to October. I know most people do, but I am gonna enjoy September. Okay, that's a little bit better. Let's try something a little bit different. So we got the thumb going like that, right? And we got the hand. Like that. And come back and face his mouth. Listen, that is just a risk that you run on the stream. We deal in art here, my friend, and sometimes that's just gonna involve a face full of cake. Welcome to the bakery. No, I don't like that. I accept that risk. Thank you for your noble sacrifice, Standing. Yeah, maybe just the perspective of the hand means we can't really see the fingers. You know what? That's okay. As long as it feels deliberate, right? As long as it's not just like, oh, we're cheating and we're shorthanding it. Could be much worse. Or better? I think it depends a lot on the circumstance. A little bit on preference, for sure. But I think circumstance also is a big deal. You finally convince one of your friends, like, to check out a streamer you really enjoy. You open the stream and just get a giant face full of titty, and you're like, they just look at you like, oh, so this is why you like them. No, I swear they're really funny and charming and have great personality and talk about important stuff. It's not just the titties. That before, and they joined in a whole conversation on medieval torture techniques. Just like, damn bro, this streamer is based. Streamer really knows their stuff about medieval torture. I understand the appeal now. Yeah, so I figure we're gonna have some sort of like data stream going from hand to hand like that. I'm not gonna draw it in here just because it doesn't make sense to do it with an outline, but that's the intention, right? So I had not been paying attention at all, but the Dota International started this morning. The playoffs kicked off. Where is it being held? Where is it taking place? Because it started at like 1 a.m. my time or something last night. Dota International 2025. Alright, September 4th to 14th. Oh, they're going back to Germany. They're in Hamburg this year. So the original International was in Cologne as part of Gamescom, and now they're in Hamburg. So after 14 years, they're bringing it home. Prize pool is considerably smaller than in previous years, but I don't think that we're going to maintain the insanity of the prize pool from TI's past. When did that peak? 2021. Yeah, they're not going to do that. Tisha. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good week so far. I hope you're excited for the weekend. Yeah, I've not been paying attention to Dota at all this year, really, so that completely snuck by me. But I watched some of it today. Snuck in some watching where I could. It was fun. Just like old times. How am I going? Not great. If I'm being completely honest, today has been frustrating and a half. Yeah, unfortunately, once the stream is over, I'm probably gonna do some stuff to try and see if I can figure out what the fuck's going on with my hard drive. See if I can get it to be less of a piece of shit, but I'm not super confident. Yeah, it has been a day, it has been a day, it has been a week. Against all normal conventions, the best day of the week was Monday. That's okay, because there's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow, and tomorrow can always be better. And thankfully the computer troubles have not impacted the ability to do the stream tonight, I say. Challenging fate to a laugh. You guys got any plans for the weekend? Anything fun you're gonna do? Imagine a lot of people are just gonna be no-lifing Silksong at every available opportunity. I've been having some network issues this week at work, and one of my coworkers was joking, is like, maybe this was deliberate on someone's part. Oh no, the servers are down, we can't do work. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Oh Steam, oh no! Silksong is related to Hollow Knight, not Shovel Knight. It is the... So I believe it was originally just going to be like a DLC pack, and then it kind of just kept getting bigger and bigger until they were like, let's make it its own game. And now it's its own thing. Apparently it's quite good. I always kind of wonder about some of the like really popular games, you know, game reviewers try and go in. It's like, I mean, I'll write this review, but you have probably already bought it. You've probably already made a decision about whether you're going to get this game or not. I suppose there might be some on the fencers. After the stream is over, kid, you and I are going to have a conversation. That does remind me, the developers of Shovel Knight released, I don't know if it's out yet, but they're working on another game called Nina the Hollower, which looked very charming. It was like a love letter to classic 2D Zelda games. That was on the list of game demos that I wanted to play, but it was available for a very limited run, and so by the time I actually went to get it and get it ready to play, it wasn't available anymore. Which, you know, sucks. I don't feel like you should make a demo available for a limited time, you know? Just seems a waste. I could understand if you wanted to release an updated demo. You know, take the old one offline. No, wait for it to respond. It's thinking. Jesus. Admittedly, I don't know why it's taking this long to think, but this freaking computer, man, I swear. Okay, I think we're in a pretty good spot. Just clean up a little bit. And if we were to do a selection tool, what's that gonna look like? Pretty good, except for a few spots right here, and right here, and an open spot right here. Okay, cool. It's like one more. And just relax that finger a little bit. Get a nice triangular silhouette to it. Okay, that should do us. Let's just clean it up like that. And we'll do the selection. I need the model sheet. Where is that? There we are. Okay, well, I'm glad these things are not taking forever. that off on its own. And then we need to start setting this up. That, you. I think that's everything. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, so then we need the skin gradient. And fill that in for thoroughness sake, I suppose. There you go. Nope, wrong color. You know what we should do? We should flip it over. Make sure that everything still looks good from a different angle. Okay, so everything is just slower to do. Like the drawing and everything, thankfully, is good. But everything else is just unpleasant. Okay, so what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, turn that off just to simplify things a little bit. And grab these two layers. I think the main thing that's sort of standing out to me right away is the head just feels a little bit short, lengthwise. So I'm just gonna grab this and sort of drag it out a little bit like that. That's a bit better. Probably actually take it a little bit farther even. No, the head might be a touch too big overall. I think it's okay. Practicing anatomy, the posing is done right side up while the drawing the pose that is upside down. That would be interesting. Sort of mentally flipping it over. Would certainly be a fun exercise. I'm gonna do this now. Well, I remember to do it. Okay, so we're gonna grab the skin tone. Let's finish filling the rest of this out. And just start filling the gaps. There you go. Easy example since I'm thinking about Joe. Take a picture of David's Statue of Liberty, flip it upside down, and draw it. I think trying to flip it mentally would be a really interesting exercise. Like if the source was right side up and you had to draw it upside down, or vice versa. Like you have to sort of think through what's happening and then sort of get all of those forms and rearrange them, make sure that they continue to make sense while putting them in the opposing position. I feel like that would be really, that would be cool. I almost missed the hand on this side. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, right, eyeshadow. It's like, I know there's something I'm forgetting. Being upside down. Well, would certainly incentivize you to draw quickly. You have at most a couple minutes until the blood rushes to your head and you pass out, so go. teacher said I need the heritage of well, it is. It's an improvement. Actually, almost rendered out the head this time. Delete that out of the line work so that we get that a bit clear. Okay, next, hair. I was watching a video yesterday? I want to say yesterday. Looking at sort of the artistic evolution of Raphael. What was, you know, very sort of helpful as the author was talking about it was that Raphael, being of the Renaissance period, you know, did a lot of paintings of the same topic, but particularly the Madonna, which is very helpful in that you can, you know, sort of watch his development as an artist, depicting the same subject repeatedly, right? Oh, I'm on the outside. It's like, why is it not drawing? So it's a great opportunity to sort of see like how he incorporates ideas, studies under different people, and then absorbs that into his own techniques. The guy was good. The guy was very good. I'm definitely not jealous of his ability to adopt ideas and approaches and methods and improve his skill set. Little Sonic. 5 seconds doesn't sound super effective, but I hope it was a good nap all the same. I hope you're having a good Thursday. There you go. I did not realize Raphael died very young. If only we had gotten to see him be around as long as that big old grump. I almost said Giovanni. Michelangelo. Michelangelo, by all accounts, was an asshole. He was impossible to work with. Great artist, but a real piece of work. Next up, what am I missing? The halo and the clothing. Let's put this down here. And then we will attempt another save. let you know if the computer troubles are gonna impact the stream at all. I don't. I hope that doesn't. Had enough computer issues affecting the stream for 1 year. We can invite you to come paint my ceiling. I decline. Michael. This isn't a request. Honestly, it sounds extremely accurate. Right, let me grab the reference. Let me grab the shorts. Let me get the right colors for this. Where did I leave them? Honestly, that sounds extremely accurate. Oh shit, where did I... Oh, I know where I can find them. Here, let me go grab this really quickly. Export 36. Which layer is it gonna be on? Not there, not there, not there. There they are. It's gonna need to lighten it up a little bit. That looks about right. They made the double dome out of spite. Oh. I feel like I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember. I feel like I heard about that at one point, but it's been a while. Just need to do the halo, and then we can get some lighting in here, and we'll be good. Something along those lines, I will never make art again. You all have terrible taste. Roofs. The future is roofs. Hundreds of years from now, there will be a YouTube content creator that will just lose his goddamn mind every time he sees a good dome, and this is just gonna make him pog out of his nog. To which all of his contemporaries said, "What the fuck is YouTube?" You're all too simple. You lack vision. One day you will understand. Renaissance artists as YouTubers and streamers? Honestly, probably wouldn't be much different than what we have nowadays. I feel like the artist psyche has not substantially changed. I remember years ago one of my friends pointing out that furries are basically the modern Renaissance commissioners. They wear colorful, flamboyant outfits, pay exorbitant amounts of money to get art commissioned for them. Love going to dress up parties. It's like, shit, yeah. That's them. That is, in fact, them. Alright, so what I basically want to do is we're going to have maybe something like this. Or should we go like this? I think I like that more. That sort of follows the flow of the rest of it a bit better. How do you figure Renaissance artists were streamers? I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just curious what the rationale is. Okay, and then let's do maybe like a soft shadow. We're gonna try overlaying it, and then if that doesn't quite do enough, we can come in and add a bit of multiply to it. There we go. Shadow down the spine. Rich patron watching artists work on statues in the garden. Yes, art. Very good. Ah, but that artist is thirsty. Get them some water. They must be hydrated. They must be hydrated if they are to if they are to make my work to my exacting specifications. Turns out it's just like hundreds, thousands of gardens. Okay, that looks pretty good. That there. A little bit underneath here. So we get the underside of the halo. I do want to go back in and add, not that, a little detail that I missed. Well, France loyalty larked so hard they bankrupted the economy. Yeah, they looked at the Han Japanese and went, we can do better. And by better, I mean worse. Much, much worse. And so they did. Alright, there we go. I think that looks pretty good. I like that. I like that. Can get a little bit more into the anatomy once we get up there, but I think at least for sketch mode it works well. Now, one thing I never remember to do, I do remember to do it like in other drawings. I want to try bringing it into here and seeing how it feels. It's adding some subsurface scattering. Let's see what that looks like. Now I'm using like a bright purple, which I think is too much. But it's not bad to set up with. I was talking with someone on Discord last night who was talking about because she's a programmer, and you know, she'll get, occasionally they'll just need like a placeholder thing, right? Just some artwork to do the job until an actual proper artist can come in and render something out. So she would always just pick like the ugliest colors possible to make it really obvious what was hers and what wasn't a proper art asset, and it would just like make the artist crash out. And I'm like, yeah, that's called clown coloring. It's like a thing. It is absolutely a thing that people do. I've done it. I've done it on these drawings. It's a pretty good technique just to, you know. There we go. Okay, I think the one thing, I'm gonna make it a little bit more saturated and a little bit lighter, just because I don't want it to seize the colors of the clown. I love it. No, wait, that was just a placeholder. Don't, uh-oh. No. That is also a little bit of advice that I have gotten and have had some experience with, of don't show things to the client that you're not actually happy with, because more often than not, they're going to choose that, and then you're going to be upset because now you got to do the thing that you just kind of like threw out as a placeholder and you thought it was shit. but then they were like, yes, it's perfect, it's everything I ever wanted. And you just have to smile and wave while part of your soul departs your body, never to return. How does this look with an overlay? It doesn't really do anything, does it? How does it look with a color dodge? It's okay. It definitely plays in a fun way with the underlying color. Add glow. That's a little bit too much. But we can probably do something between color dodge and add that I think will sit well. So I want your opinion. I want y'all's opinion on something. Jenna's been playing Final Fantasy XI, sort of trying it out. She's on the free trial period and just sort of seeing how she thinks about it. There is a flavor to that game. There is a flavor to old MMOs that does not exist in modern games. Like, people just don't make games the way that they used to. And I think particularly in the case of MMORPGs, there's a lot of focus on or there's a lot more focus on gameplay and reward returns, right? Like, let's get the player on activity loops and give them rewards for doing those activity loops much faster, right? Final Fantasy XI compared to more modern stuff like 14 or Guild Wars 2 or WoW, like, the pace of the gameplay is much slower, and some of that is due to the limitations of the internet connection of, oh, we can't respond to player input being that quick, so we have to sort of pace out the minute-to-minute gameplay to be more measured. But some of it is also just like, yeah, we're just gonna put this big old area here. It's just gonna be really... It's just gonna be a place that you can vibe. There's not gonna be a ton of gameplay. We haven't sort of built out every corner of the map to serve a specific mechanical purpose or narrative beat or whatever. It's just this place is here and there's stuff that maybe you can do here, maybe you'll just pass through, but it's just kind of part of the world. I feel like these days, you know, devs can't, either don't or can't really do that just because the requirements to build out these games, the cost to build them is so high. It's like we can't expend any resources other than what we need. And it got me thinking, this is kind of what I want your opinions on. If the game presented an objective to you, a reward, be it a weapon, or an ability, or, you know, some manner of reward, but you had to play the game, not necessarily hardcore, but you had to spend weeks or even months working down this reward, working to unlocking it or doing all the tasks necessary, whatever the specifics of it are. Would that be something that would be appealing to you, or would you just kind of bounce off it and say that's way too demanding, there's no way that I'm going to do that? I think it would depend on the reward. Yeah, I think without a more concrete example, it's hard to gauge that. That is fair. I guess I would ask, is there a reward that you can imagine that you would be willing to put that effort towards unlocking? Or do you just feel like, in general, that's too much of an ask? The question was, if you were playing a game, if you were playing an MMO, and some mechanic of the game, some reward structure required weeks or months of gameplay, not necessarily hardcore, but just, you know, working away at it to unlock the reward, would that be something that you would be enticed to do, or do you feel like that's too demanding of a system? Because I feel like, on one hand, there is a longing that at least some people have for the MMOs of old, right? An older style, a more laid back approach with sort of slower gameplay, more long-term rewards, more ambient nature, and less like tight gameplay loops. If I spend a month grinding straight gameplay for a skin with a tone shade difference, not a chance. If I add experience the game a different way, sure. Yeah, what's an example? I will, while you're typing that out, jump in, like, classic WoW that had the famous weapon, Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. that was like, if you wanted to get this was a concerted effort between an entire group. It was not one person just deciding like, yeah, I think I'll go get a Thunder Fury. Like it was a thing. It was an event of sorts. And if you saw somebody that had a Thunder Fury, it was like kind of an oh shit moment of like, dude, they got the Thunder Fury, damn. That's a big deal. The current Dune event has you doing a bunch of things around the map for mid-looking skins and base decoration the size of an apple. Yeah, that's not worth it. Yeah, that's pretty boring. That's forgettable at best. But like, so in Final Fantasy 11, let me see if I can. I don't know that these weapons are even relevant at this point, right? Because they're quite old. But, you know, I was talking about this before in relation to like tangential learning, but you know, when you in Final Fantasy 11 there are the artifact weapons, right? And how do you get the starting weapon? It doesn't say. But you get the artifact weapon, and it's boring, right? I think the oh no, not artifact, relic weapon. That's the right one. So the basic relic weapons are like literal garbage. They have 1 damage and maximum delay, so they are just terrible. So you get the basic weapon, and it's just shit. And then you have to... Oh, I don't even remember what you did. There's like multiple things, multiple quests and items that you have to collect, and then you basically put it through multiple levels of crafting and quest unlocks until it gets from like level 1 to level 5 or 6, and completing the relic weapon gives you a very good weapon that has unique characteristics. Like, it is a special thing, and not all of the relic weapons were considered particularly good, but the ones that were good were really good. Say an actual size base time, you can use your base near the desert. It's about 60,000 things to get a score, but wasn't really an MMO. Yeah, and you know, there's the pride and accomplishment of saying that I did something, but yeah, if there were like something that you had to do in Dune to get a special recipe for a rare item or some vehicle with a unique characteristic, yeah, I feel like that would be potentially something that people could get invested in. But I feel like when, you know, the Amazon's MMO, New World, you know, they tried initially to make something more, like, more classic, more, I have this backwards, shit. I'm 90% sure they patched that flower sand spots that got hard to make silicone. Shit! Well, it's a good thing I have a lot of sand left. Like one or two runs at that spot gave me sand for days. What was I saying? Yeah, so New World tried to make something more like classic, you know, sort of slower pace, more focused on long-term progression, and they got not a great response from testing. People, I think, sort of said this is too slow, this is boring, this doesn't, you know, we spend too long getting rewards and shit, and so they ended up sort of slowly tweaking it to make it more modernized, and it wound up in this weird like middle ground that didn't really satisfy either group. And there were technical issues besides that were definitely problematic with the game, but you know, those things did not help it at all. Isn't Dune almost only sand? Okay, one, it's not just sand, it is also rock. And two, you're looking for the right kind of sand. You can't just do any sand. You definitely don't want drone sand. You want flower sand. Flower sand's that good shit. I mean, that and spice sand, but spice sand, you are definitely gonna piss off the worms. I want to try something really quickly. I want to try something just to see what it looks like. This came up in the Raphael video. I'm like, there were a couple of paintings that Raphael did that had a circular canvas, which like nobody does anymore, especially with everybody having square monitors. But now I'm curious. I'm just about to make Flipping into feel power, and suddenly you can't just hop on and make sure it's power like it used to. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, to be fair, that spot was an exploit. No, flour, like baking flour. Okay, so let's do... I just want to try this out and kind of see what it looks like. No. There we go. A sea sand pass. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't hate this. This is kind of fun. I think if we were to do this, then I'm gonna sort of arrange the clouds to play off the circular composition a little bit more. Aren't there giant worms in sand? Yes. Yeah. No, I definitely would want to do something like that, or crop it and... or not crop it. Yes, definitely have a transparent circle. This is more just a quick test to sort of see how the framing would look and see if I want to do a circular composition instead of a rectangular one. Because I always do rectangular compositions. Everyone does rectangular compositions. It makes sense. Like, one, that's just kind of how paper. There are wind traps on Arrakis, but there is no rain. It never rains. Can rain blood. Only when the offerers are foolish enough to enter the Fremen lands. No, he's talking about people. Which I suppose if you include like ornithopter battles, then sure, yes. But at least in the book, they never really described the ornithopters being used for combat that much. What do you guys think of the composition? Lots of people dying in mini explosions and more in a few splash zones. Okay, that's an enthusiastic thumbs up. Appreciate that. Yeah, there is something fun about just doing something else, you know? Just having it sit differently. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna do one thing because I'm thinking about. Okay, here's what I want to try. Here's what I'm kind of thinking, kind of feeling, kind of roughing out. I'm just gonna redline this really quickly to sort of see what's gonna feel good. I have a way that I can do this not super well. Actually, you know what? Maybe. Yes, I can. Hang on. Polygon? Okay. This fucking thing. Okay, so if we take this, and then we're gonna transform it 60 degrees. No. Okay, so let's set that like so. And then we're gonna sort of arrange it this way. Okay, so I think what we're gonna want to do is move the character a bit farther over like that, and then the ribbon can sort of fill out the triangle that way. So it's sort of a 2/3 composition, but it's a little more geometric than that. Just gonna leave that as a low intensity guideline for now. And then let's just kind of rotate it, is what I want to try and do. And sort of have this loop through this point. And then go back around to the other side. Up. I definitely want to do more with the data stream than just have it be like a solid ribbon, but you know, this is a good sort of way in of how to get the positioning and the composition working, and then we can add fun stuff to it later. I think that works. Okay, yeah. Now, there's one more thing I'm sort of still feeling out. I feel like the bounce, the light, the refracted light, it's not bad, it's just a little too, I don't know, cold? Maybe. Maybe it's too cold. What do I want to do with it? What do I do with you? Alright, let's just try. Let's try this. Okay, so not that. Not that. Let's try something a little bit warmer. Okay, that's not bad. I think it only actually... Okay, okay. Hang on. Hang on. What if we bring this back to be blue? Okay, so those kind of fight each other a little bit. Interesting how they balance out. Okay, just for testing purposes, if I pale that out, yeah, that gets like too strong. Okay, so let's leave that, and then let's drop this down so it's maybe a little less intense. Okay. It's not... It's interesting, but the lighting doesn't feel like it matches the rest of the drawing quite right. I'm wondering what we can do to sort of get that to play a bit nicer. Yeah, so having both of them in one color doesn't really work. Huh. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to browse through some ideas and see anything gives me a hint of inspiration. So we kind of wandered off. We got talking about Dune and whatnot. I guess, I don't know. I feel like a lot of times when people are playing games, especially, I think a lot of the MMO audience has gotten older. You know, they have more life obligations. They don't necessarily have the time that they want to dedicate weeks or months of play to completing singular objectives, right? I think that's fair. I think that is understandable, and you know, I talk about how I appreciate games that respect my time, right? And don't overly demand that I commit hundreds of hours to playing it, or, you know, play the game habitually. But I think conversely, if you make everything in the game too easy to get, then none of it feels very rewarding, right? I think the real sort of balance that is hard to strike is getting... Okay, I have an idea. Just sort of going through a couple of things here. This one is like a completely different style, but I think it's touching on something. Let me grab my reference book really quickly, because I might also have an idea. Hold please. Oh, where did I put it? I saw it just the other day. Oh, there's one. Okay. Alright, help me out here, Gertie. I know you've got some good ideas in here. You have a lot of good ideas, actually. Tech got this book a while ago. Color and Light by James Gurney. Very good book. Very good book. A lot of good material and contemplation to chew through. Would recommend. Alright, so we've got edge lighting, right, which is always super popular. Everyone loves edge lighting. But then there's also, true nowadays, the demographic seems like it doesn't take into account the adults who work and play, even if you limit it to like an hour of things you need to do per day. Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like it is a very difficult balance to strike, especially, yeah, like, okay. Let me finish this thought on the lighting thing, and then we'll get back into it. Okay. So there's two sort of similar topics: contour lighting and edge lighting. Contour lighting is a type of backlighting where a subject blocks a light, often standing against a bright sky and an illuminated doorway. The field of light takes on an active presence, almost surrounding or infusing edges of the object. When a form is placed contour jour, the silhouette shape becomes prominent. The colors lose saturation and shadows stretch forward. Details disappear as the glare of light spills over the edges of the form. The sun itself often shines from inside the frame of the picture, making the viewer squint involuntarily. One approach to contour jour lighting is to think of the light area behind the subject as not as flat white paint, but as a sea of illuminated vapor with light streaming out of the background, melting away the edges of the form. The portrait opposite shows the milky white light spilling over the edges of the shoulders, lighting the sides of the helmet and cheekbones. This can be an effective way to vignette a subject against the white of a page as a printed illustration. And then edge lighting is more sort of focusing the light on the edges and really punching those against a significantly darkened. Edge lighting occurs outdoors when the sun is low in the sky and shining towards the viewer. The plein air sketch left shows some Icelandic sheep waiting their turn for cheering. The sun just above the top of the composition, casting shadows directly towards us, making the form of backlighting. A halo of warm light touches the top and side fringes of each unit. The color of the brightly lit edge is a lighter version of white or brown color of the wool. The painting of the smaller dinosaur at the right applies similar lessons from the sheep sketch. The background is dark enough to allow the edge light to stand out dramatically, making each hair clearly visible. So, I think we're going to wind up somewhere between those two ideas. We want to have a strong rim, but then some of it will also be just getting the outer edges to kind of blend off. So I think as much as this is a cool lighting, like the colors are very nice, I think it doesn't make sense. So let's try doing this. I'm gonna send it back towards being blue. Let's desaturate it. Let me warm this one up. So what I think you're saying a little bit, yeah. I think it is very hard, right? I think it is very hard when you have a player demographic that is very sort of all over the place. You get a bunch of different people with different needs that are going to be able to commit different amounts of time to playing the game. Some will be able to do significantly more. Some will be able to do significantly less. And if, you know, the latter group should not feel like they are being excluded from play, or that certain things are just going to be impossible for them to achieve. But then you don't want the stuff that is attainable to them to just be so easy to farm that it's boring for the players that can commit more time. I think one way that you could possibly approach it, I think is important to recognize and specify, as with so many of these things, there's never a one-size-fits-all solution, right? If there was a single thing that would be like the make good game button, everybody would do it, right? I think one thing that has the potential to really help, though, is offering different tracks of reward, right? So let's say you're a 40-something parent with a full-time job. You only get a couple hours a week to play your game. No. Oh, this computer's driving me crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and say it before something fucking explodes. Yeah, if there's a reward track that that person can play and still feel like they're getting meaningful progress and tangible rewards out of it on their pretty limited schedule, then that's awesome, you know? And then, sort of conversely, the players, you know, the high school or college students. Yes, let's get some more tea going. The high school student, the college student that can dedicate 30 hours a week to obsessing about their favorite fixation. Yeah, maybe they breezed through that content already. So then you can offer them a more difficult reward check, right? Something that really would require them to sit down and spend a significantly higher amount of time to complete that. And that seems, you know, pretty obvious, pretty straightforward. I think where I mixed up trick and challenge there for a second. Where the real challenge, the real balancing act would be in a situation like that would be to not invalidate the first reward check from the second reward check, right? To say both of these are valid ways to play the game, and you're going to get something nice out of doing either one. And that, I think, is hard. There we go. Okay, yeah, using the overlay to get just sort of like a warmer glow. And then using the color dodge to get the bouncing blue light. I think that gives us something nice. Okay, I like the feeling of that. I'm gonna do one more thing though. So I'm gonna come up here. And we're just gonna sort of reassign the color of the hair. So the blue light doesn't wash it out quite as much. Yeah, if I set it to overlay, it's going to darken itself, and we don't want that, so just color. I think that works. Might have to balance it a little bit. A little bit, but I do think it's working. I think we're getting a cool result out of this. They'll bounce a little light off that butt. Maybe knock down the intensity of the edge glow just a little bit, right? Maybe like 50%. Just so it doesn't completely nuke out any of the underlying color. It plays a little bit nicer with the albedo. Yeah, I like it. The only thing that I'm sort of trying to reconcile is getting the hair to not lose its luster. It feels a little too washed out at the moment. Alright, let's try one more thing just to see how it feels. Oh, I know why. Okay, so if we do that... Yeah, maybe just kind of cheating it. Let the hair overtone be warm. Alrighty, Tisha. I appreciate you hanging out. Coming by and saying hello. I hope you get some very good rest, and I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. You'd think after all these years, I would know how to spell palette. But I don't. I like that. I think that's sitting pretty good. Now, one thing, I'm just kind of thinking, like, can we get this to be a little bit cooler, a little bit nicer? Okay, let me ask you this. If I were to go in... Okay, so that's just kind of not... What if we made the overlay tone a little bit more saturated? Okay. What about a little bit warmer? Okay. Okay, that's kind of fun. Just kind of wrap it around a little bit more like that. Yeah. Alright, I think that's good. I think that'll serve us pretty well. I think that gives us a nice overall look. Am I gonna cheat one more thing? I sure the fuck am. We're gonna take this, and we're gonna take this, we're gonna desaturate it. We're gonna increase the saturation, darken it ever so slightly. And we're gonna go like this. What does color look like? Oh, that doesn't work. But I do like that slight like, pop of warmth that it does. It sort of leads the view upwards a bit. That's nice. That's good. That'll work. Alright. I feel like we got it to a point that I'm happy with. And actually, I think... Sorry, I say that, but I want to try one more thing just to sort of see how it feels and what it looks like. So if we take the sky color, so we kind of cool down our rim lighting, or our dodge lighting a little bit. What is it right now? Did I set it to be yellow? Oh, I think I did. Okay. Okay, I like that. I think that works. I think that's a fun set of colors to play with. Okay, nice. I'm glad the drawing is coming together. I really just wish the computer would stop being so fucking stupid. I'm I don't even know what's wrong with it, dude. I don't know why it's doing this. I wish it would stop. That would be appreciated. But here we are. Okay. So, with all of that said and done, where do I want to start with this? Oh, you know what we gotta do? You gotta flip it. Man, it feels so different. Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I want to do with the ribbon. We'll figure it out. So I think where we'll start then. I'm gonna go right up in here. Get these lashes built out. I guess going a bit back to some of the thought about game rewards and whatnot, and progression tracks, and sense of meaningful reward. You know, a lot of times there's sort of the expectation or implication that if you don't get the best reward in the game, if you don't get whatever the meta is, then you don't have the best reward, right? Like, you have to go big, you have to shoot for the top, or you know, it's not worth anything. I think the definitely challenging to balance, but more sort of impactful approach would be to create rewards that feel meaningful to the player for accomplishing. And that regardless of whether it is the meta or the best one, the fact that you accomplished it, the fact that you decided on this target and achieved it is the real assignment of value, I guess is how I might put it. All of that makes sense, and I feel like it's too abstract to be really useful. I don't know, I guess just something to the effect of like figuring out more reward structures than just this weapon does more damage, or here's a cool trophy skin. Something that a player would be willing to put down a significant amount of time and, you know, not necessarily have to know life it, but, you know, would have to work towards it in steps over a period of time. And then once they do finally accomplish it, you know, that is a meaningful reward to them. And I think a lot of players would be willing to drop a substantial amount of time to get rewards that they felt like were worth something. If the rewards felt like they had impact or value. As you were saying, Mage, if it's just a bunch of skins and maybe a little reward trophy, it's like, that's not enough. You know, with Star Citizen, the event that I think is still going on, I'm not sure if they ended up extending it this far out or if it did finally conclude. The skins were actually quite nice. I did actually want to unlock the ship skins and the armor suit. But the cost of doing that, namely putting up with the game, was just too much. And so I ended up dropping it. Not because I didn't want it, but because the work to reward ratio was off. I think if the game had actually worked, the ratio would have been pretty good. You know, No Man's Sky has their expedition going on right now, where you know, complete this little sort of like mini story event and you'll get some cool stuff for your Corvettes that you can unlock and use to build them going forward. Admittedly, with how you build Corvettes, I'm not sure if it's going to be like a permanent unlock that you can just use over and over again, or what. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, with the game actually being functional, it's like, that doesn't sound like a huge commitment to get some cool rewards that I will use later in the game. It's not going to be game changing, it's not going to be a big deal. You know, I think with sandbox games, there's always sort of an incentive of, well, choose what your reward is. Right? Here's all the various gameplay that you can do. What of it is interesting enough that you are going to want to commit however much time? You know, maybe you don't want to commit a lot of time. Maybe you're just going to make a nice little base with all the modules that you need, and it does the job, and it's not very big, but it's your home. Or maybe you're going to get into some mega project that's going to take you 6 months to build up. You're going to have to, you know, put an hour in like every other night to actually see it done, but then you get to post it to Reddit and farm all that big fat karma because holy shit, you made like an entire city by yourself. The Doom one had me scratching my head I feel like they're having a hard time retaining players ahead of their story continuance, and would thought with all the chaos in the map, the rewards would have been more worth it. I don't know. I don't know. Dune is a weird sort of conundrum, because it's not that I stopped liking Dune, you know? I think there were a number of players that did get out to the deep desert and sort of encountered the endgame PvP and said, yo, we don't like this has problems. But I never got that far. I still enjoy the game. It's more just, there's other stuff that I want to play. I don't know, it's a weird one. How active the worms are in the desert makes me not want to bring my buggy out as much. I skip everything when using the thopter. Yeah, the thopter I only use if I'm going after objectives. I don't use it for farming or with specific map interactions at all. Because yeah, it is, as you say, it is just, you're up in the air. It's the flying mount issue, right? You're not interacting with the world when you can literally travel above it. But yeah, I'll need to do farming. I'll need to go out and get more materials. I grab the buggy. I try to avoid the desert because yeah, as you say, the worms are hazardous. So I'll sort of go, I'll either stick in the northern canyons and do my farming up there, or I'll sort of island hop until I get to where I need to go. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It feels kind of by design from the developers. Though I do think it's a little bit weird that one of the two main sources of energy, you know, namely the wind turbines require lubricant, which requires sand, which requires getting up in the worm's business and hoping that they don't get there in time before you. Like, yes, the wind traps, or the wind turbines, offer much more power than the fuel generators, for sure. But is the risk to reward factor good enough to incentivize that? And probably not. With how easy it is to get fuel cells? No. So that could maybe use a little bit of adjustment as well. Yeah, I suppose that would be a halfway decent use of the thopter, that you can just sort of drop onto the sand patch, do a bunch of, you know, grab as much as you can, and then when the worm does show up, you can just run back to your Thopter and lift straight up rather than trying to escape back to solid ground. Like, there's definitely a play that you can do. But yeah, why go through all that effort when you can just go to a base and harvest like 300 cells, or get in your buggy and harvest 500 cells from the first drop that you see. Yeah, I don't know. I have not tried messing with spice harvesting at all. Honestly, spice harvesting just kind of feels like a group activity, which probably means I'm never gonna do it. I think that's another big thing for MMOs that I don't know how do I want to say this. So here's the thing. MMOs live and die by their community. They do. Like, two factors to that. One, the community is the one that sources information and puts together the tools that enables other community members, right? I think the Warframe wiki, which is still community sourced, right? But the devs have like publicly endorsed it and will contribute information where appropriate to it. But I feel like that's the only instance I can think of where the devs have actually like contributed to a community tool that is more used than other competition. For the most part, like Elite Dangerous has Inara, they had more tools, but during the great Odyssey collapse, some of them went offline because the tool developers, their heart wasn't in it anymore, which is understandable. So yeah, the community makes the tools to empower the community. If you don't have the community doing that, your community is going to suffer because they're going to be struggling to get the information that they need to properly play your game. And no MMO in the history of MMOs has successfully supplied all of the necessary information to their players. It just doesn't happen. I'd be very interested if anyone can think of an example where they did manage to do that, because I cannot think of one. So that's factor one. Factor two. MMOs are more fun with friends. We made a better collection method for almost every material except flour, sand, where you just get a slightly better stick. Like even spice equivalent material gets a whole vehicle dedicated for better collection. I don't know. That would have been a good application of the buggy. Create a secondary, like one of the higher tier buggies can have a sand collector, like a sand scoop. So you just like buzz over the sand fields and you can collect it. Because I feel like once you have the Thopter and the buggy, or not the buggy, the sand bike. Because once you have the Thopter, that's going to be your main source of the buggy is going to be your main source of gathering, and the thopter is going to be your main source of transportation. So it's like you just kind of have the bikes for novelty. But if you could use the buggy, or the bike, I keep saying buggy, use the bike to go out and rapidly collect sand, and you're already on the bike, so if there's worm sign, you can just book it out of there. That feels like it would have been very effective and would have kept the vehicle relevant. Mage to the subreddit. Must hope that the devs visit and we'll see. And they'll be like, oh, these guys got some ideas. Yeah, exactly. It's like a weird backup vehicle that you pull out for a novelty or as an emergency. I suppose you could keep it in your vehicle wand thing. And yeah, if your buggy like eats shit in the middle of the desert, you can pull out your bike and still get home. That's kind of it. Yeah, I never store vehicles in the wand. I either have it, like I'll take the wand when I take the thopter or the bike out, but I never put anything in there preemptively. So yeah, I played Final Fantasy XIV for much longer than I would have otherwise, because I had people to play it with, right? I had a free company that I enjoyed spending time with. I played Helldivers way more than I would have otherwise, because my friends from work were playing it, and it became our evening activity to blow off steam after work. You know, I got into World of Warcraft because I had friends that were playing it, and we got kind of burned out in Final Fantasy XI and jumped over to that. I think you told me about the buggy. I think you mentioned that quicksand buggy at one point. I don't know. I feel like with sandbox games, those are the sort of emergent adventures that, yeah, maybe it's not the most fun, maybe it's type 2 fun, but it's still an interesting thing to experience and tell the story of in the future. It's never really fun if everything goes according to plan all the time, right? Sometimes you need those little curveballs to keep you on your toes. But yeah, my point is, I have played MMOs. I've played online games way more for the fact that I can do it with other people, right? That I have friends that I am sharing the experience with, and I'm not just playing the game. A big part of Guild Wars 2, why I eventually fell off of that, is because I didn't really have anybody who I was playing it with. I was just playing the game to play the game. And once the game stopped presenting interesting gameplay or meaningful rewards, there wasn't really anything that I felt like I wanted to keep going for. So I quit. Where's my reference sheet? There you are. So, I'm trying to think I know this happens to other games. I think this happens a lot in Elite Dangerous too, but Star Citizen has a constant balance that they're getting yelled at of sufficiently soloable content. Right? Like, I want to be able to do this activity by myself. I want to be able to do it solo. I want to be able to participate in this event by myself. Etc., etc., etc. But I think the challenge that overlooks is the devs. One, the game doesn't have enough multiplayer content on its own, right? But two, the multiplayer content is going to incentivize and reward the community members, the people that are playing together, the people that are more excited about the game and are more likely to stick around. You know, watching videos of Doom or Star Citizen or Elite or most games, the ones that are really fun, the ones that are really noteworthy, tend to be, look what our group did. Look at this cool gameplay that we got up to together. Not me by myself. Not 100% of the time, right? But quite frequently, I would say. So, I don't know, like in the case of Dune, I recognize that the Deep Desert is predominantly group content, and I don't have a group to play that game with, and so I've kind of accepted that I'm probably going to see little to no part of that part of the game, you know? With Star Citizens, like, there's just gonna be stuff that if I don't join an organization, it's just not gonna be for me. Good morning, Jack. I see you have a little hornet badge on your name now. Or are you Silksonging? I hope you're having a good Thursday. Well, I suppose it's Friday for you now. I hope you're having a good week. I hope you're ready for the weekend. Looking forward to it. Ready to defeat the first boss. The Storm Age. I heard that one was tough. I heard that's a very difficult boss. I heard it took some people a very long time to get past that one. Literally a door boss. Shit. I had an idea for a meme I gotta make later. Let me write it down somewhere so I don't forget to do it. Where's my pen? Oh, pencil. Okay, there we go. I swear my art skills have two modes. Meme shit posting and full-on illustrations, and I like cannot do in between. Steam server sacrificed themselves to delay Silksong one last time. We must stop its coming. I always enjoy. I don't know. I like making things that make people happy, so making silly little shit posts that people get a laugh out of is always fun. If I wanted to be more generous to myself, which when am I ever? I do sketch stuff periodically. I don't have to make everything into a full illustration that takes me days to complete, but most of the time I do. Kinda being nice to themselves? That's not the streamer I know. I really like this color arrangement. It's very pretty. Okay, now we're dealing with another autosave. Hold. Like, normally the autosave just catches me off guard, and now I'm like, please don't crash. Okay. I saw a meme a while ago when they finally announced the release date for Silksong. It was the congratulations scene from Evangelion. It was Half-Life 3, Titanfall 3, and all the other games that will never come out wishing Silksong a fond farewell. You did it, kid. You got out. Man, for all the struggle that the sketch was, I feel like the lighting is coming together, the painting is coming together really well. Maybe it was just a bad mojo day. I saw one meme reported giving Clownwig and nose to Hunter from Bloodborne. You have to carry on. It's terrible. One of my friends was saying game shows are gonna be a lot less fun now that we don't get to do the regular Silk posting. There will be no more Silksong when. We have come to the end of an era. And it's a happy ending. But, I don't know, it was sort of a tradition, you know? I'm pretty sure if my friend heard that, he would actually beat me up. Like, no, shut up! Don't even imply it. I'm gonna move the ribbon out of the way just so you can see this a bit better. I feel like England's just gonna enter the stream and be like, "Oi, bruv, you got a license to draw that rim light there, do you?" Oh god, I know I looked this up before, but when did they drop that Elder Scrolls 6 trailer? Okay, 3 months ago, there was a Reddit post. Today, the Elder Scrolls 6 teaser turns 7 and is as old as Skyrim was when the trailer was first released. Ooh. Ooh. That's nasty. Okay. So I'm gonna say something a little crazy, a little silly. Let me look something up before I say this. Okay. So the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered was made by Virtuos and Bethesda. Virtuos, I believe, is an outsourcing studio. Yeah, top co-development services including level design, gameplay, remakes, and adaptations. So they worked on Dune Awakening, they worked on Dark Souls Remastered, they worked on Oblivion Remastered. So I don't know how much of Oblivion Remastered was done by Virtuos and how much was done by Bethesda in-house. With that said, I'm gonna be perhaps a little bit of copium. I would like to believe that Elder Scrolls 6 is taking as long as it is because Bethesda is taking a very long, hard fucking look in the mirror and saying our engine doesn't work anymore and we need a new one. And so they are not just developing a game, they are developing tools to make a modern game. Because let's face it, Starfield, I'm not going to say that there are people that don't enjoy it, like nobody enjoys Starfield. There are people that enjoy it. Good for them. But it was definitely not the game that they wanted it to be. It was not the success that they were looking for. And a lot of that comes down to an engine that was too geriatric to do the things that they wanted. It was not able to keep up with the modern expectations of gameplay. And I would like to believe that they are working on doing something that will actually improve the quality of Bethesda games and make them more worthwhile in a modern gaming landscape. I would like to believe that. Can you imagine the reaction if they release a game as janky as Skyrim again? I feel like people would just kind of go, man, fuck it, and just give up. I feel like they would just kind of give up on Bethesda at that point. Like, obviously some people would probably still enjoy it, but I think a lot of people enjoy Skyrim with all of the community patches and mods and additional content that has been made. I think if you tried to go back and play like day one Skyrim, it would be that, I think it's like Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul meme with the guy that walks up and takes off his sunglasses like, the fuck is this shit? Could be, but if that's the case, it's only after Starfield, because before that, they fully intended to use the same modified creation engine as Starfield. Oh yeah, 100%, and that's probably part of why it's taking so long, because when did Starfield come out? 2023. 2 years ago. On Saturday. So imagine, if you will, having worked on Elder Scrolls 6 for, like by 2018, they were at a point where they were like ready to announce that they were working on it. So that was probably at least a year. And then 5 years later, admittedly, probably most of the studio was focused on Starfield. So you're not looking at like major development time leading up to September 23. But, you're in pre-production, you're in planning, you're using the creation engine, and then Starfield releases, and everyone goes, oh brother, this guy stinks! And you just go, uh-oh. Um, and now, like, all of the technical pre-production of how you're going to get Creation Engine to run Elder Scrolls 6, bin it. It's useless. New engine time. We talked the game's abilities in so much, and the whole game was literally a movie set with painted wooden backgrounds. Yeah, it sure was. Like, maybe 5 years ago, Starfield would have been fine in the arena of space games at the time, but by 2023, you know, No Man's Sky had managed to recover itself remarkably well. Star Citizen was actually starting to look like a space game and not just a very rough tech demo. I mean, it still is rough, but not as bad. And yeah, Starfield just came out and was like, that's it? That's what you got for us. I am a notorious Bethesda hater, so if anybody is offended, one, don't put the measure of your personality and self-worth behind the games that you play, and two, I'm sorry. I have a working theory, I have a running theory that obviously they just wanted to make Oblivion Remastered, but I suspect that some part of Microsoft and Bethesda was looking at Oblivion Remastered as a test bed to see, can we use Unreal Engine to make Elder Scrolls? It would not surprise me if they are shifting gears on Elder Scrolls 6 to just make it an Unreal now, because Oblivion Remastered worked, and they were like, all right, fuck it. We needed to make a new engine. We needed a new engine regardless, and this is working. This was successful. People enjoyed it. People are playing it. It does the things that we need. We're just going to figure out how to do 6 in Unreal. That's going to be more straightforward than trying to build Creation 2. I fully understand not every game is for everyone. I never understand being upset by someone's perspective and opinion on other games. I don't necessarily want to play armchair psychiatrist. I think the reasoning that I sort of suspect that I pick up is in the landscape of internet arguments where everything is hyperbolic, everything is hyper-tribalized. When somebody says that Pokemon is a bad game, thank you for volunteering as an example, Nate. When someone says that Pokemon is a bad game, there is the unspoken element, quote, you are a bad person for liking this bad game. Right? It's the same thing that happens with sports teams, right? You're a Steelers fan? You're an idiot for liking a team that always loses. etc., etc. Right, when you what's the word, hitch your wagon to a particular anything, particular game, particular brand, team, whatever the case, you sort of assign an emotional, personal weight to that thing being accepted and appreciated and lauded. And if it's not, if someone comes after it, that is taken as a personal attack because you have put some measure of your own self-worth into that thing. Which, yeah, you shouldn't do, but people absolutely do. My dad's a Bengals fan. I'm so sorry for your loss. I mean, I say that. I know shit about the Bengals. I know fuck all about that. Yeah, I don't know. In my experience with Dota is the main esports that I watch. There are definitely some teams that I'm sort of, I guess, more automatically a fan of. Right? So like I was a fan of OG during their golden days. I was a fan of Navi. I would always root for Navi just because I thought they were a good group of fellas. You know, Liquid, and then the Liquid team that split off and became Nigma. I was always a big fan of them. But I wasn't like a long time fan of a given team. It was more like sort of developing fandom or attachment to particular teams for particular seasons. It's like, you know, who is sort of up and coming, who's having good results and good runs this season. And the personality of the team is very important to me, right? I don't like rooting for assholes. I don't like rooting for the bad boys. I like the people that have good sportsmanship and really care and seem like nice guys. Being a fan of an always losing team is fucking great. If your expectations are at the bottom, the only way is up. It's true. It's true. If you just expect to lose every game, then actually winning a game is like the greatest thing that could possibly happen. Bengals' last appearance in Super Bowl is 2022, and before that they hadn't been there in 33 years. Holy shit. It's like that comic of the guy who like gets an Olympic medal and just like throws a fucking rager and makes out with the award giver and cracks a bottle of champagne, and you see it like barely made the podium. But at that point, it's like, yeah, we fucking made it to the Super Bowl. I don't care what happens. We already win. I'm gonna I'm gonna drop an Uma Musume spoiler if anybody cares about that. So 3, 2, 1. So in season 3, one of the characters, you know, a lot of this is based off of like actual horse racing and stuff that was happening. So one of the characters, Satono Diamond, I guess sort of comes from like a lineage of racing horses that, you know, has a history basically of never being able to win a G1 race, like a top tier race. They always have something that happens, and they just always lose. They always come in second or third or flag or whatever happens, right? And so it sort of just became like a jinx or superstition of the Satono family cannot win. And so, you know, in the show, Diamond has this huge pressure on her to finally beat the family curse and be able to win a G1 race and take home the trophy. And, you know, she's training and, you know, goes in a race and something happens and she loses, and so she goes back and she trains even harder and keeps going and like almost works herself to exhaustion to try and beat it, and finally like gets in the last G1 race of the year and just it's really anticlimactic to say that she wins. It's really well presented in the show, but she does win it. And she gets to the end of the race and she sees her placement and just starts crying in the middle of the field. It's like all of this pressure just finally releasing itself. It's like, oh, you did it! I love that show. It's a really good show. It's a lot of fun. But I imagine like just to get to that point of like we've already gotten farther than anyone expected us to. It's like, yeah, we still want to win, but this is a huge accomplishment in its own right. Motherfuckers. It's like a rough spot either on my screen or on my pen, and every so often the two will collide, will connect, and it sounds like an old Sharpie. I know I've said before, like, I am absolutely a fan of various things, as I'm sure you guys have picked up on, but I rarely ever associate with fandoms anymore. I don't really like getting involved with a lot of communities for stuff, just because I find it's just a lot of the time. The fandoms a lot of the time just get very like over obsessive and kind of weird about stuff, and they get very defensive, right? If they say, and I was very defensive about like Star Wars and such. Like it was blasphemy to not like Star Wars. But especially liking Star Wars is kind of like liking a losing sports team now. Like, it had its glory days, and now it just, like, it still manages a win once in a while. It still manages a good showing, but most of the time it's kind of shit. But you still love it. It's still your guy. It's still your team. Mostly just cleaning up the geometry of the halo right now. Go in and do some more like fine lighting and such on it later. Oh fuck, I hit save. Alright, hold. But yeah, fandoms will take any slight against their subject as like heresy. You're not allowed to criticize, you're not allowed to speak ill of it. It's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to play anymore. I'm just gonna go enjoy this. I'm gonna go enjoy this thing in a measured, rational manner. Kind of drawing in this anatomy. I'm not sure I don't feel like it's 100% correct. But it's an okay starting point. We'll figure the rest out as we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not correct, but it's alright. This one, the shoulder blades are, like, the shoulders are drawn back, so the blades are gonna pinch together a little bit. That actually does make sense. Before I get too much into that, I'm just gonna go down. I wanna sort of get the rim lighting, sort of the edge cleanup on more of this. It's a little bit too, like, neon colored in here. I think we can knock it down a little bit, maybe like so. There was someone at Evo. I'm trying to remember. I think it was the Tekken 8 champion that had kind of a similar thing. Like, got to the grand finals, won the grand finals. It was a hard fight. You know, he gets to the end of it. You know, does some celebration and just started like sobbing. I don't know. I always appreciate those. I always appreciate those moments, and I always, because you know, even when it's someone that I was not rooting for, you know, maybe I was cheering on the other guy, but I see that and like it's clear how much it meant to this person to win this. How important it was to them. And it's like, I can't be mad at you. Congratulations, buddy. It always makes me happy to see people being passionate about things, you know? Hello, Genetic. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Welcome in. Yeah, genuine, just like unfiltered relief, joy. Just that like uncontrollable release of pressure. All of the tension, all of the pressure, all of the anxiety just letting itself off, and the only thing you can do is cry. It's like, damn, I feel that. Passionate for democracy. Still need to get in there and bust some bug holes. That didn't sound great. Yeah, this has not been a fun week. The voices are silent. That's good. That's good. The voices can fuck off. There was a meme I saw. Let me go find it. I don't think I linked it on Discord. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Gotta go back through history a little bit. Hold, please. It was a Klingon meme. There it is. Yeah, the Klingon therapist. The battle against mental illness cannot be won decisively. It is a long campaign against an enemy who never tires, whose forces swell to twice their size whenever you look away. Battle against such a foe of such magnitude who occupies your very mind. Every moment you survive is a triumph against all odds. There is no more honorable combat. That freaking is there. Okay, now we'll kick tomorrow in the ass with you like it did today. Thank you, Mage. Yes, I hope we all. I hope you also have a very good Friday. Get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good start to the weekend. Thank you for hanging out. Everyone say goodnight. like the shading on this, but we'll get there. Just a little bit too non-dimensional. That's okay, we'll figure it out. Not all tonight, but we'll get there. I am pretty happy with how this is coming along. I am enjoying the color palette. I think we're getting a cool lighting scenario to play with. Yeah, I feel like this has been a rough week for people. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like something in the air. I think the smoke probably doesn't help our situation at all, but I don't think it's gonna cause a crash out of this magnitude. That's a little bit better. I still want to adjust this area a little bit, but we'll get to that. I'm not going to put too much concern into it right this moment. Ooh. There we go. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I think after Tuesday I was feeling not super confident about this one. Like, it came out okay, but it just felt like a major struggle. So I wasn't really sure where I stood on it, and then Wednesday was just kind of not a great day. But I'm glad we were able to sort of bring it back. Frankly, I think where it was at the start of the stream was not a bad place. I think I had more sort of negative association with it than I might have liked. I do want to work on the other thing that we sketched out on Tuesday at some point. I think I kind of had that as a fallback plan, but we'll get to it. Okay, that's looking pretty good. We'll keep working on the hair later. I'm mostly just trying to do like general cleanup right now. Yeah, there was a clip that I saw earlier from Josh of Josh Strife Hayes fan notoriety, talking about his opinions on streaming culture. So we're talking about how a lot of streaming culture, you look at the big names, the biggest folks, there is a lot of clout chasing and notoriety chasing. There's a lot of decisions that are made because it draws in views, which makes money. And you get people just being not nice people, just to try and claw their way up that ladder. He was saying he doesn't like the current state of streaming culture, and he would much rather just be a guy that is like, what does he say? He's like, he wants to be like the sugar lick that horses have, that every so often you just kind of feel like, I'm bored and I want to do something, so I'll watch a Josh stream, because a Josh stream is simple, it's reliable, it's there, I know what's gonna happen. It's just kind of easy, feel-good content. And if I look away for like 15 minutes, the stream isn't gonna like completely flip on its head and explode. I can expect what is gonna happen. I like that Josh fella, he's a smart guy. It's always a weird struggle trying to climb that ladder. Personally, not a big fan of it. Not a big fan of what fame and clout do to people and what they're willing to do to get it. There we go. Don't do that, please. I'm actually pretty happy with this contour lighting. I feel like it's one of the first times that I'm really sort of getting a good grasp on the shifts in color, getting the fall off to happen the right way. Right, let's do this. We gotta get some shape to the elbow, right? We gotta get some planar definition to that elbow, so we're gonna come in and sort of set this up. It's not 100% right, but it at least gets us started. Okay. And this, we're actually going to curve it like that. Maybe we'll see this tone. Start to darken it down. There we go. Okay, good. Shoulder blades are incredibly complex. Like, yeah, you can sort of simplify them down to certain shapes, but if you look at the actual underlying anatomy to allow the arm to move every way that it can, holy shit. For all my bitching and moaning about human anatomy and the human form, you guys got something pretty crazy going on. It's not bad. I mean, one day you'll all still be crabs, but it's an impressive link on the chain. Alright, that's getting there. Gonna have to work on the contour a little bit in here. And I just feel like it's getting a little bit flattened. But we'll figure it out. We'll get there. Yeah. So this one might go up a little bit higher. There we go. Nice. Are you autosaving again? No, you're not. There you go. Alright. Let's do a little bit more. I'm getting towards the end of it for the night, but we got a few more minutes to work out. Speaking of which, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Because normally I like to do a bike ride or something on Friday. It's one of my workout days. But I've got D&D tomorrow night. I don't think I'm gonna have time. Might be able to sneak a little bit of Bait Saber in. But I think that's gonna be about it. I don't know if I'm even gonna be able to do that much. And that would be fine, you know, missing one day is not a big deal, right? But then I've got the launch party on Sunday, which is my other workout day. It's like, ah, shit, now I'm missing two. What I might have to do is just do something on Monday. Just do a makeup day. I don't like the shape of the mouth at the moment. It's kind of like puckered in a weird way. That's a bit better. say duck? I guess because it looks like a duck bill. It's like, ducks don't have lips, stupid. Alright, I think we're gonna leave most of the, excuse me, the eye work for next time. I think there's a lot that we can do in there. And we don't have time to really start in on it right now. Take 2 freaking minutes. Come on, kid. Stay with me. We're almost done. We're almost done. I know. I know it's rough. Figure out. I'm gonna try and figure out what's going on with you. Nothing's showing up on the event viewer, so nothing's... The computer is not reporting anything wrong with the drive, it's just... I'm wondering if something's weird about the SATA driver. The system that controls the hard drive read-write. There's something weird got in there. Maybe there's a virus. I was trying to do a virus scan earlier, but then it kind of confused itself and stopped running the scan, which is like, oh, very helpful, thank you. Do you guys know of a good antivirus? Because I've just been using the built-in Windows 1, which I feel like is fine for the most part, but its scanning is pretty shit. Like, it's fine for sort of general protection purposes, but if I need to actually, like, scan and diagnose, not great. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask. I feel like there's just been all manner of antivirus over the years, and none of them are particularly good. It's just with Windows Defender. Yeah, same. Probably just try and run another virus scan tomorrow. See if I can find some root cause. important part is we made it through tonight. That was my big concern. That is the big concern that I have with so much of this stuff, is that I'm gonna have some sort of performance issue that interrupts the stream or forces me to cancel the stream. Right, like if it's just kind of going on, I can work through it and diagnose it and try and troubleshoot it over however long. But, you know, if something happens on like a Thursday afternoon and I have only a couple of hours to figure it out before the stream, that's when I start panicking. Of course, it doesn't help that a lot of times it's like, okay, well now I'm trying to diagnose my computer on the side while I'm at work. I can't really do both. It's a little bit too structural. I kind of like this simplified look of it. I want to keep it more laid back. There we go. Right. One last stroke for tonight. Just kind of add some drop shadow behind bangs. I think we will leave it there for tonight and pick it up again on Saturday and see what the weekend has in store. I'm feeling a lot better about this though. I'm feeling a lot better about where it's at. Yeah, I think the little bit of cleanup, I think figuring out what I wanted the hands to do, making them a little bit more active in the drawing definitely helps a lot. Good. Alright, but yeah, it is time. It is time. We gotta wrap it up, Junes. Well, thank you for hanging out tonight. It's been a lot of fun. And as usual, definitely helped, sorry, 1 second. There you go. And it really helped me, like, keep my head on straight. Right, let me see. Who is on? Then we might go say hello to. Let's see. Ivy is doing her hand cam. Sorry, one more time. Let's see. Ivy's working on some minis. I think she might be doing Warhammer minis. Aw, but she's got her little Hollow Knight figurines on the side. That's cute. Let's see. I kind of feel like going to hang out and work on. See who's working on art. Let's see. Fasani is working on some doodles. Eiko is playing Uma Musume. Rookie is playing. Oh, Valk's playing Deadlock. I've been kind of meaning to check out Deadlock again. I played it a little bit a while ago, and it was neat. It was neat. Yeah. I'm curious to see where it goes because it's still very much in development. But I thought the foundation at the time was pretty good, and apparently they've made some pretty good improvements to it. So I'll probably pop back into that at some point and just kind of see what's going on. Interesting that there aren't many people playing Silksong. Let me go check. That's actually a really interesting question. So Silksong currently has 62,000 viewers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Deadlock is still in beta. Yeah, when I played, I think there were 4 lanes. As I understand, they have changed up the design of the map pretty substantially. They've added a bunch of new characters, so I'm definitely keen to take another look at it. It felt a lot more approachable than Dota 2 does. Much more like, much easier to understand how to progress your character to do certain things. Dota kind of revels in its complexity, you know? It's not a bad thing, but it's definitely like, shit. Well, let me put it to you guys. Do you feel like going to watch some Deadlock, or chilling out and maybe watching a little bit of like art showcasing and chilling that way? Any preferences on the two? Nope. Alright, well, I think in that case, let's just see. Because I always like trying to more for art. That's fair. Let me see, because I think we've rated both of them fairly recently, one time. Now let's just check the other to be fair. 2 times. Alright, and I'm just gonna check on Eiko for the sake of argument. 1 time. Alright, why don't we go say hi to Visani for tonight? It looks like she's kind of talking about model designs and sort of showing some of the art that she's done in the past. I'm just kind of working on some doodle stuff. Is she drawing right now? No. Anyway. I don't think anyone... Neither of us are playing Silksong, but it's still Silksong Day. So we're gonna go celebrate Silksong Day. Okay. I'm gonna shut down the YouTube VOD and we're gonna get this train a-rolling.